Good afternoon. We are here again in Blueprints. Um, we're almost at the point where I'm not sure what else to do. Well, the name of the video is a reference to the book in the game, A New Clue, where the repeated phrase throughout, if we had a new clue, we'd know what to do, right? So that's what we're doing. But if that's also in general, I appreciate it. I do try to be at least a little bit goofy in my stream titles. So we have the last of the 3 books that are depicted in anagram form in the book A New Clue, checked out at the library. The main goal for the stream is just to go to the library and see if we can figure out what new clue we're supposed to find with the titles of the books. Obviously, anything else that we can do, we'll try to do. We still need to light the thing in the trading post. We still need to see if the stars align in the planetarium. But otherwise, it is mostly just we need that new clue. There's one room, there's room 8 in rank 8 that we still haven't drafted. Room 8 here. There's the gallery puzzles. I don't think those matter. They could. I could be horribly off. But I have not put much thought into them recently, and I don't want to spend too much time on this stream doing so. Music room, I'm a little skeptical. So the picture in the dark room that the guy is holding says that green memos found in Herbie's room are true, I think. It's either true or false. I need to find that again, too, just because I didn't take a picture. And the green memo in Herbie's room says that there are 12 major keys. I thought there were only 8 major keys. And so that's a question that we have. Obviously, anytime we can draft the Rumpus room, Great Alzara, more prophecies, more intimations of what might be possible. I don't know where the security deposit key in the vault would be, or for the vault would be to get the Sanctum key. Library, obviously the goal. We did the Chamber of Mirrors. I don't think it actually does anything other than give us a bunch of stuff. There were duplicate floor plans that we could have added to our draft pool, but I didn't do that because I didn't want to have my draft pool overflowing with other rooms. Workshop again, and laboratory again. We just want to have more allowance. We want to have the burning glass if we can. I think we did everything we can in the freezer. Mailroom, we have a couple of letters we can still get. And then otherwise, don't know there's much else we can do in room 46 until we know more of Herbert Sinclair's journey across 8 realms in 8 months. We went to the master bedroom. There didn't seem to be much there. We opened her ladyship's chamber. Don't think there's much else there. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think there's anything else in these rooms. The hand statues in the foyer are a little bit interesting. Morning room, I mean, there might be something in there. I think it was listed in the new clue. Dead cases. Shops, there's still armory stuff we want to buy. We bought out the showroom once, but there's still a lot of good stuff there. We have all the books in the bookshop last I checked. It might be worth checking again just to see if they've gotten anything new. We've opened the chapel thing. I think we're pretty much done with all of these. Maid's chamber might be, but we did roll payroll and it didn't necessarily do much. Solarium might have something. I think it's also listed as one of the dead cases. There's the Lost and Found that I intentionally didn't add because it seemed like a very dangerous ability. It might have something in there. And then I still don't know how the Eighth Angel points to our dreams in the tomb. That's still a question. The hovel might have something as well. So yeah, it's mostly we're trying to get the library. Until at least, the birds get knocked over and whatever Great Elzara prophecy about that side gate opening comes true. Repetition is a wonderful concept to think about, and this game really, really does a good job at iterating properly on just your experience navigating the rooms. I adore this game, and I would be very happy if it won Game of the Year. I think it's got a rough shot against Clair Obscure Expedition 33, among other games that have been phenomenal this year as well, but I think most people are parroting the hope for Expedition 33, and I can't blame them for it from what I've played of it. It's a good, solid, scrappy game, but I just feel like this game deserves more credit from the general populace that I've seen. This box has gems. That's very simple. False statements have less than 6 words. That would have fewer than 6 words, actually, but... I hate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. So I think this has to be false, because both of these can't be true. So the question is, are these both false? Well, okay, they can't, this has to be a hybrid, right? Because if they're both false, then that would make the top one true. So it's either true false or true false. Let's go with true false for now. And that means false statements have more than 6 words, question mark. And then these are both false. I mean, it seems pretty easy to just assume that this is completely true. If this is true, this is false. And then these are both false. But then this would have to both be true, and again, this can't be true, so I think there are just 2 mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Okay. A nook. It's, as we found out last stream, it's such a difference to have the 3 gems from the parlor in a run that it's kind of frustrating that the kind of frustrating that the puzzles are just kind of frustrating at times. I kind of just want to get the pantry out of the way in case we can, save the boudoir benefit for the nursery. Storeroom. I don't really want to put the locksmith, though it could have been a good call there, just to be able to spend a bunch of coins on keys. Okay. Just to ramble for a bit. 12 major keys. The major keys that I'm confident I know of, we have the silver key, the prism key, the secret garden key, honestly, those are the 3 offhand that I remember that I get often. There was the sanctum key that was major if drafted quite late. Key card might count as a major key. There being 12 major keys statistically seems quite difficult. Nursery. Kind of. I'm interested in the code check, but I don't. Again, I'm pretty much just holding on to that till. Again, I did look up to see when I would need the power hammer again before I decided to check something else. And there's another step that I need to clear before I can get the power hammer fully used. Let's just do the spare green room. Sucks if we get the cloister of Renovator, but it should be fine. Let's do the commissary. No, okay, we got the metal detector for sale. That's something. We're hoping that then we can find the magnifying glass and make it easy. If nothing else, we can always just buy the armory or become the knight and try to draft the armory and hope that that is on the table. Take the chapel, because it doesn't really hurt us to be depositing some coins as we go. Man, does not like us today. Do the pool hall. Because again, getting the key card would be pretty neat. If we ever get the key card, you know, if it's possible to get the key card these days. 36 divided by 3 is 12. Swapped to 21 minus 2 is 19. 1 plus 3 times 7, 21. Minus 5 is 16. Swapped to 61. Minus 10 is 51. Swapped to 15. 31 plus 1 goes to 23. Minus 20 is 3. Nope. No key card for us. It's fine. I'm fine. They really just want us not to play the game today. Take the observatory. It doesn't look like the pages are ripped out, but you can't really tell. Those are all pretty good. Kind of a sucks that we already spent our coins today, but c'est la vie, as they say. Sure, we need to be able to progress. Kind of makes me wish I had gotten the boudoir just to be able to rotate steps. We're gonna keep, generally speaking, because the weight room is so damaging if you get it early. I'm gonna wait in case wait to buy the food until we might draft that room. It kind of sucks, but I don't want to risk redrawing when this does get us through. Oh, hard to see. Stressful, to say the least. Security, thank you. And you're just gonna have security doors, right? Because you hate me? Yeah, you hate me. Nothing left to see here. Take the boudoir. And we pray that it's not blocked. Okay. Thank goodness. Dining room. Good. Both of these could be good. We're going to go for the laboratory. Again, we're cutting into most of our gem budget early, but hopefully that means we can not need gems for later drafts. Let's see what we got. If we can get the secret garden, each time you get apples, good. We have not picked this, and then every time we've not picked this, the next room has offered us the archives. And so if I just wanted to binge a bunch of allowance today, I think I'm gonna do this and try to just, because again, we mostly care about getting the library. And so as long as we pick the library when we see it, lo and behold, I see how it is, Blueprints. It's gonna be one of those days. Okay, so yes, this looks like I could be colorblind, but this looks like a green book to me. It looks green. Because, like, Swimbird is a very blue book. This looks green to me. But again, all of my choices will be wrong, yes. Let me pull this up again. So again, this is the pattern we're going for. Page C, word A, which, again, if we're starting from the title page, which I think is what that top left note says. I didn't take a picture of it because I thought I would remember. If we're starting from counting the title page, the cover is not the title page. This is the title page. 1, 2, 3. It's either preface or this, or if we're only counting pages with words, 1, 2, and it's north, and north could be relevant. Blue, this book doesn't have 26 pages. Page Z, it doesn't have 26 pages. So it's unclear. Again, what we have from this, it's either preface, north, or the. And like, it could be preface, and that could be relevant. It could. I'm thinking north, because if it's going to lead us somewhere, north is a direction. Anyway, so it is the same book as is in the hecking observatory. No extra pages. Number of stars looks bolded for some reason. No Oxford comma, mind you. So many interesting grammatical decisions. Anyway. We want Draxus the Dread whenever we decide to try to win the drafting sweepstakes. We don't want it otherwise. Yeah, okay. That's good. We have pictures. We should be able to determine whatever we need. Foyer could be huge. It cuts off that room to the right. Classroom would give us another apple. ... I don't want to draft the Chamber of Mirrors. I don't really want any of these. Let's get the workshop. I think it's better than risking all our gems on the attic. I don't need more keys right now, so I think we'll just go for the workshop and hope. Broken lever's fine. We're hoping the coin purse combines with the rabbit's foot, and that's what we really want, but we still need the magnifying glass to solve all of our problems. The trading post itself could get us the magnifying glass, so if we are out of luck, we will go see if we can trade at the trading post before we give up on everything. Cloister of Rinna will have a special flower, and we could still get the aquarium, so I think it might actually be worth it just to have 2 more doors to go through. Risky, it's a gamble. But low security is actually helping us out today. Whereas, you know, in the past, we have had low security and been absolutely bodied by it. Because most green rooms take at least 1 gem to draft. Unless you have the terrace, which I didn't take over here because, you know, it was my only route through the house. Let's go see if this is unlocked first. Of course it's not. I think if I had to draft, if I get to draft the aquarium, I would rather have it here, because odds are, if I draft it up here, it's going to be up left. But I'd rather have it be through and then either up down or over down or up. So I'm going to see if I can draft it here first. Courtyard is good. Increased luck, couple of flowers. Okay, gems back in business. Okay. I don't think I'm going to open that trunk yet. The kennel. I think kennel's really good. Especially since we already have the shovel. Okay. Okay. So we want the vault. If that can just randomly spawn, we want the vault for sure. So we gotta keep our gems if possible. And we got so many turnips, so many steps. Let me just do bedroom. I mean, the solarium increases our odds of getting the vault, but it cuts off so many rooms here. I kind of just want to draft the aquarium. I mean, okay, again, we don't need to explore the rest of the house. We don't need more resources. We need to get the rooms we want to find. And so I think I will just draft the solarium. It sucks, though. I hate losing those 4 rooms. So they can go through the doggy doors, but where do they go to? That's just a question. Like, the fact that this kennel has a doggy door to that side and that kennel has a doggy door to that side, it's like, okay, why is this boy not getting out? Why is he just sitting away? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. My bad. Oh, that's kind of rough. We could redraw here. We could get... No, we don't want to draft 2 of our... I think maybe utility closet. Then we can turn off power, go increase security. I do wonder if you can eventually find a switch to go power whatever that is. I don't like CA something, it looks like INET. And so it's like, oh, cabinet? Does that power a cabinet somewhere? But what kind of cabinet would need power? The arcade cabinet to play the Rigiblocks whenever that comes out? Okay, that's fine. Okay. There's the hallway that we might be able to draft. That would be worth re-rolling too. Because we don't want to spend 2 gems on the casino. Pool. We can spend 1. Yeah, we'll take the knight, because I don't think we need anything else. Nice. And with that extra key, I think we'll even just go open these. Yes, we want the rerolls. We definitely want the rerolls. Dang. We were hoping to add allowance, but I don't know. I don't know at this point. Weight room is safer, though that would problematize the potential for going to the trading post to try to get the magnifying glass somehow. We do still have a couple of bedrooms we could draft. I don't want to redraw here because we have 2 good options that give us more doors. Okay, we'll go with the weight room. I don't want to risk missing the vault. Obviously, we would still be able to see it based on the gem cost, but we'll do the dark room here. Because again, gem cost, we'd still be able to see if we have the vault as an option. One of these is going to be the furnace, and it's going to screw us over anyway, so... Pump room, okay, that's fine. So few keys in the dig spots today. Do the West Wing Hall, I guess. Because it gives us a key. No, it doesn't. The hallway gives us a key. I was hoping they would do one here. Please let us get the vault. We got there. Just have to ask nicely, it seems. Ton of money, won't be able to use it. It's fine. We'll pick it up anyway, otherwise the metal detector will just go crazy. Okay, it was 223, I think. 22 something, 233. An allowance token. Is that just coins, or are those all allowance tokens? Okay, it was just coins. That's kind of lame. So another Fenairies passport. Gray Daniels, huh? Disappointing, if I'm being honest. I wanted the Sanctum key. The signatures are interesting. All the signatures have distinctly different handwriting, which obviously you want to do if you have fake passports. But I think only the Samantha Hages passport. I think this one is her actual handwriting. Hello, tax evader. Just to get ahead of anything, as much I like talking about Breath of the Wild, this game I distinctly don't want backseating of any kind for. So if you have played this game, then please don't spoil anything for me. I'm pretty far, I think, question mark. And there's a lot that I do know, but if you just, all due respect, I do not want to hear people tell me what to do in this game. Just setting that very clearly from the beginning. But hello, nice to see you. We're playing Blueprints today. Cool. 10 out of 10. Blueprints is a great game. If you like puzzle games, if you like the idea of unveiling a story, it's a very good game. I think that's it for today, though. So we can start over and you can see what the game is kind of like. We could just go buy stuff at the kitchen. That doesn't do anything. Same with commissary. Let's go see if we can trading post before we give up the day, though. It is on PC. Yes, it's on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox, I believe. If you have PlayStation Plus Extra, it is free as part of that service. I think it might be on Game Pass. I don't remember if it's on Game Pass or not. It is on PC, for sure. And it's like $30. It's a little more than I ever want to spend on a game because I am poor. But it is a very good game. We're going to buy all this stuff just to make sure that we have the steps to travel around. Again, the basic gist is that your great uncle died and left you his house on the condition that you find room 46 in a certain period of time. You start out with nothing in your blueprint except that you know the antechamber is here and the entrance hall is here. And so you have to go through and explore the house, trying to find the path to this rumored, not guaranteed, room 46. We have found room 46 in this playthrough. I was extremely lucky and found it very early. But it is, after you find room 46, there are many, many more puzzles afterwards to still continue playing the game. So it's really well done, and it uses a lot of very elegant symbolism to communicate a lot of different puzzles and different ideas. It's really good. Hey! Hey! So let's go. We have this dynamite here that we have been trying to blow up. We're gonna go do it now. Yeah, it's honestly, this is the kind of game that you never... I mean, I have not played Myst. My assumption is that this is kind of like Myst. It's with just a different, like, puzzle-solving premise. But it's the games like these don't seem to get made frequently these days. It's the kind of game that is a passion project from someone who really likes this kind of game. My understanding is that it was the main idea was one person who came up with it, and then they did a lot of work on it. I think they had some help, but Yeah. So once you find room 46, a cutscene plays, and then the day ends, and you are awarded your inheritance. When you go back to room 46, there is a... I can pull up. I have my notes page here. 6. And I'll remember to close it this time, too. I have my notes page here. This note is in room 46. And the lever that you pull to open room 46 is right here. In a different room in the house. I can show you if we need to go there today. But then it gives you the locations in puzzle form of the keys to each of these doors. So one of them is in room 46 proper. I have not found the second one locked tight in the vault of a bank. That's the one that I was hoping I would get from the key that I had today. Third is high up among all the clocks. I did get that one. Fourth down below beneath all the docks. I got that one. Fifth is held by a king on his throne. I have not gotten that one. I have a theory on how to get that one, but it's not anything more than an idea I can't prove yet. Sixth, in a station left by one of your own. We found that one. Seventh is major. If you drafted quite late, we did find that one. And the last key is waiting behind the last door of 8, which I assume is in this one. It's going to be really awkward if I soft lock my game by not having the ability to get it, if that it's not in that one. I did open this one with one of the first doors or keys that I got. So yeah, I still need to find the 5th key, the 2nd key, and the last key. But that's what we're working on so far. The goal of the game was to get to room 46. There's no determined endpoint. I've read very little about this game. There isn't like a conclusion to this game as much. There are puzzles that you can keep finding. For example, there are 8 red envelopes scattered throughout the house in different safes. I have found 6 safes and opened 6 safes. I don't know where the last 2 safes are, which is, another whole puzzle. But the goal of the game seems to be to find out what's going on in the game. One of the big mysteries we've discovered is that the player character, whose name is Simon Jones, his mother was part of they're labeled like a terrorist group. They're labeled as a anti-nationalist group who stole the crown jewels of the nation that you're currently in, because the nation you're currently in has rewritten history to destroy the original nation that was overthrown by the current regime, and as a commitment to her heritage and her history as a denizen and potentially exiled royal of Orindia, she stole the crown jewels and replaced all of the red gems from it with blue gems to represent the beliefs that she now holds. There's a lot of nuance that I don't want to stop and explain, but if things come up, I will reiterate and catch you up to speed. Again, if you like puzzle games and if you like just the slow, iterative, you're not going to get everything the first time, you're going to keep going, keep trying. If you like that, this game is perfect for you. Kaboom! Okay, so that's a lot of coins. Christoph, here's the rest of your share, 40 gold from the moonshine shipment we made last week. This may be the last batch for quite some time, as I feel it is no longer worth the risk, especially given Anne's continually increasing suspicion, but I do need to ask one other small favor of you. Next week, when you take the Baron to town, if you can fabricate some excuse to delay your turn by an hour or 2, I would be much beholden to you. Denny. So, Denny Ravane was the gardener of this estate for a while. He discovered that Herbert Sinclair had been aiding and abetting his niece, player character's mother, in her efforts to steal the crown jewels. And he found evidence of it and stole it from him and blackmailed him for 800 gold pieces. And those are the red letters we're trying to find. We found 6 of them. One of them was from Denny apologizing, which I think is interesting. But yeah, he went from short-sighted trying to make a quick buck off of the Baron to being like, oh, well, okay, he was trying to help restore the history of Arindia, which he was in favor of. Whether he is Arindian himself or not isn't clear. Trading post. So I kind of don't want to pick up this gold because I don't have anything to spend it on in case I can pick it up later. I'm going to pick up the upgrade disc. As you play the game more, you can find these upgrade discs that make different rooms better, which then helps you consistently get through the house more often. For example, the Nook only starts out giving 1 key, and the Parlor gives out 2 gems as a prize. But as you upgrade these discs consistently, you can get through the house more and more effectively and efficiently. And so it's, again, it's a really, yeah, hard to capture succinctly just how impressive this game is. It's pretty good. Security has a computer terminal that we can put the upgrade disc into. Yeah. They give you objectives. Obviously, the primary objective is to get to room 46, but after that, it's like, okay, what do you want to find? You get to pick the rooms that you draft, and there are ways you can influence those drafts. But it is, yeah, it's very freeing. The RNG of the game is a little frustrating because if you don't get the rooms you want to see, it becomes a lot harder. But okay. It's got to be one of these 2, but I think it's always feast or famine with keys for me most of the time. And I mean, same with gems, if I'm being real. It's a tough call. I think I'm going to go for the 2 keys because the Parlor can give us 3 gems and we start with 2. We don't start with any keys. So I think we're going to go with this. I definitely don't need the coin upgrade. My internet just spiked, so hopefully we stabilize again. It's also very hot, and so that has been problematic for our internet box in the past. But yeah, it is a very freeing game. It lets you do what you want. So one of the other secrets that, you know, it came out pretty late for me. The chapel, if you light these candles, the chapel reveals this, the resident guardian. Cool, glad to hear. So I have a bunch of extra gold and a bunch of extra steps today. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna donate my money to the guardian. I don't know what I'm going to need to spend this money on, but I figure it doesn't hurt to help if I'm done with the day. Okay, and then I'm just going to call it. I don't know if it makes a difference to end the day from exhaustion or end the day from calling it a day. I'm going to call it a day, just to be safe. So yeah, then you get a chance to look at what you had. It gives you a title for your manor. I think it's basically just cosmetic. I don't know if it actually changes anything, but I had 4 green rooms, which is a little more than common. And yeah, then we save and continue and start a new day. I don't know how many days I'll play today. There is someone in my neighborhood who is moving as well today, and I wanted to be able to go help them, but we'll see. Eventually, you don't start out with an allowance, but eventually you get an allowance. And mine is currently 50, which is nice. It depends on what you mean by last few rooms. The house starts out as blank. each room you draft has a certain number of doors. If you draft a room that doesn't have doors out, then you can't get access to the remaining rooms on the blueprint. That's part of the strategy of the game, is that you have to try to draft the rooms so that you have as many avenues to keep exploring as possible. So yesterday with that house, I had drafted, I wanted to get the vault, and when it came up, I'm like, okay, well, that's the point of the room. So I drafted it, even though it's a dead end, it doesn't have any other doorways, and so I couldn't get access to the rest of the house. I could try to take the final exam again today. That could be good. It's mostly just, I don't think there's anything that you actually get from it except a trophy. So I don't know if it's worth doing. The hovel might have a benefit. I'm gonna go for the hovel. See, because yeah, there are certain benefits you can get from things. Words are hard. Yeah. So Danny was evicted. He was fired. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. We know that this is how they did math in this place. Blue means you add. This means multiply. The pink means multiply. Purple means divide, and yellow means subtract. Because if it's 4 plus 5 times 2 is 18, divided by 9 is 2, and minus 2 is 0. If it's 45, then it's 45 times 2 divided by 9 minus 2 is 8. But like, doesn't necessarily mean something. Yes, if you draft well, you can fill the whole map, and there's an achievement for that too. Yeah, I don't think the possibility that it's 8 is suspicious, because there is an achievement to solve the puzzle in room 8 at rank 8. I still haven't found that room, so we'll see if we can. I don't know how I would influence that, except maybe like drafting across rank 8 somehow. Yeah, there are a lot of answers that I have, but I don't know how to ask the questions for a lot of these things. And vice versa, there are a lot of questions without answers that I have. I mean, let's just put the planetarium here. I want to see if the planets all align at some point, and having it early means that we can come back and check at various times. I think it took about 40 IRL minutes to get it so that the blue caught up with the purple. And I think that's when all the things align. We're gonna come back here and have this contented at the early stages of the graph. We can put the den here. The foundation never changes, it stays where it is, and I was pretty happy early on to have it here. I kind of wish I could have it a little bit further up, just so I could have a more clean draft earlier in the house. But yeah, you can see that the den has 3 doors, so I put it here and connect it to the foundation. As long as you keep drafting such that your doors connect, then you are set, as it were. You can draft as many houses, or as many rooms in the house as you can. And we are picking a new clue today. Wine cellar's not bad. Let's just get some gems. So this, I believe, is the Jones crest. I could be wrong. The swan is Epson, which is your mother's maiden name. The holly is Sinclair. I think the spades are Jones, your father, the player character's father, Daniel Jones. But it's unclear. But MCC XII, that's 1213 1213. And so it's possible that that is a code to a safe somewhere, but we'll see. Yeah, the RNG is kind of a pain, but generally speaking, I think it's good. And like, it's not the kind of game that, it's the kind of game that encourages you not to rush through. You want to take your time, you want to give it a chance, and so sometimes not getting what you want sucks, but it is, in its own way, it allows the game to continue. It allows the game to continue to be a fun time, and to, yeah, I think it's not great, but I think it's good. So right here, the nook, the way it's pointed, if we took this, then we couldn't get anywhere else in the house. The storeroom as well. So we're going to take the secret passage, which lets us select a room of our color of our choice. And we're going to take the hallway because that's most likely to give us a path further up. Yeah, RNG is addicting for a reason. I think the aquarium early might be a mistake. Cloister of Rena is really good. But I'm going to do the East Wing Hall. So we're going to see if we can get something good here. Might as well put the commissary. We have enough money that we might as well just buy everything. And the salt shaker as well. Salt shaker and sleeping mask are going to help draft more of the house. That's why I picked the nursery where I did, because it gives us a lot more steps when we draft. When we draft bedrooms, and the sleeping mask does the same. Nope, there is the watering can. It's also good. We do have a shovel now. We want keys right now. We don't have any. This is where Danny Ravane confessed his indiscretions. Yeah, because he's the one who sent the letters that words. He's the one who blackmailed Herbert Sinclair for the letters. See, this just sucks. We can rotate our floor plans, but this just sucks. We'll do the boudoir, because we are running low on steps, and we want to be able to re-roll, because we're getting bad luck here. And there are systems in place that allow you to fight the RNG as well. Like the ivory dice are really good. I have the Blessing of the Dancer from a certain room that you can draft that lets me manipulate some of the rolls. Courtyard, I think that's really good. Yeah, we'll take a gem. Again, we don't have any keys, so we're gonna hold off. Cloister of Rena, we definitely want that. Turnip. We're gonna keep the rest for now. I think we'll do it. Well, that's locked. Crap. Spare green room. Luck is an ambiguous element in this game. And luck helps you in ways that are hard to exactly put into words, but you'll find more things scattered around the house. There's more likely items in rooms. Locked. Yeah, that's bad. We have the courtyard we can still go through, and the Starfish Aquarium might still have stuff. But yeah, part of the game is narrowing down the RNG so that you can efficiently get what you need. It's not perfect, but it's been consistent enough that I'm not annoyed by it. Sometimes you can dig up keys, and so I was trying to do that, but that's turned the wrong way. But it would be an okay room to have. We have all the... Oh, that can't rotate? That's interesting. We'll still take it. Because that's why. Because often it will have a key for us. And the battery pack doesn't really matter. If we get... I guess if we get the workshop. Yes, I have gotten that achievement. Turn it. Yes, so few keys. It took me a while. I only got it recently. But I did get it, yeah. I think we just have to take the garage. We would hope for another green room, but I think we just have to take the garage. So we need more keys. The metal detector shows you if there's a metal object still in the room somewhere. The metal object you can pick up. And it also increases the likelihood of finding coins and gems in rooms. I said coins and keys. So it's a good item to get early too. Okay. So let's go across the courtyard, I think. We are running low on steps still. Again, we're mostly trying to get the library. Oh, we already got the library. Sorry. We're mostly trying to get whatever we can find. Getting to rank 8 would be nice to be able to see if we can draft room 8. We'll do this hallway. Now we'll come over here and see what we can do. Observatory is another one we consistently want to draft. Magnifying glass is nice, never hurts. You can see that I have 45 stars in the top left. The stars dictate what constellations you see in the sky when you look through the magnifying glass or the telescope. And so you can select which lessons you take. I don't think I want this. I think I would benefit from having this. Because now I have a better chance of getting rooms with 4 doors, which will hopefully help me navigate the house better. I don't like the dark room. I've gotten screwed over by the dark room a lot. But also, I want to power it up. So actually, honestly, we are going to take Draxus the Dread today, because I want the freezer as well. That's part of the whole goal of the hovel. When you don't have to spend gems to draft rooms, you can instead focus on accumulating gems for the next day if you can get the freezer. And so I want the freezer if possible. I also want to read that note again. Honestly, dormitory is a lot of steps, and this is not a bad spot for it. Let's take the dormitory. I'm just going to open this. Car keys, that's fine. I was hoping for the hall pass. Again, there's a lot of information that layers itself as you keep playing the game. So I'm going to keep narrating as I normally do while playing. Okay. Deal. Let's see where the treasure map leads. I think we have that room, right? Yeah, that's the dark room. We'll be going back there at some point for sure. So that's a win. Yes. and there's a note in the front seat as well. There are all sorts of little things like that that are really cool. We'll do the archives here, I think. And we'll look around and see. Because there was one clue that we got that showed a picture of this corner of this room. And I still haven't figured out what it is. We can't climb this ladder. And I don't think any of these file things can be touched. So, still puzzling about that. That's an answer to a question we don't have, for example. I'm curious about this one. I think I have enough doors that I think I can gamble on this. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. A key. Nice. Vestibule's risky because I could get trapped and need to spend keys I don't want to spend. So the archives, it makes it so that you can't see one of the options when you're drafting. The archive floor plan is a normal floor plan, but you just don't know what it is until you pick it. And so it's one of those, like, it's a gamble, because the archives gives you 4 doors that can help you progress through the rest of the house, but it comes at the cost of inhibiting the rest of your picks. So it's just a normal floor plan, but you just don't get to see what it is before you pick it. Yeah, indeed. I have 2 doors I can still go through. So if I could put the bunk room here. It's a dead end. And that might not hurt. Yeah, I mean, I prefer not to think of it as gambling. It is gambling to some degree. RNG of any kind represents that kind of thrill, but there is an actual casino that you can play to get coins from. Though also it is somewhat less I think we have to go to the weight room. Somewhat less random than perhaps would actually appeal to someone who likes gambling explicitly. So this is a lever that opens a door to the antechamber. Room 46 is up here. That's like a spoiler alert, whatever. You have to find the hidden levers that open the doors to the antechamber, though, because if you don't, then it's just a blocked off door. Again, we don't need to go to room 46 today. We haven't had a need to do that for a while. That's what we wanted. You know, tax evader, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell that you love gambling. I jest, but your reactions have clearly been that you are fond of it. I have never spent money on gambling, but I do enjoy playing different kinds of poker. And like in video games, I like slot machines. I think it's fun. Yakuza, the Like a Dragon franchise, has a bunch of slot machines that are kind of fun to play. I am too poor to ever actually spend money on gambling. But I mean, to each their own. So let's see. I haven't drafted security yet. You know, that was another behavior that I suspected you might be a fan of based on your name. Aha. Boiler room's okay. It's inconvenient, but it gives us more rooms, and I think that's gonna be the key. Security, that's good. So one of the benefits of security there are certain doors that are keycard locked. But with security, you can change it so that if you don't have a key card, you can lower security and have fewer of those doors show up. Or if you have the utility room, you can change it so that if the system is offline, if you power it off, all the doors are unlocked. And so then you want to set it to high because you can just get through all of the doors. I could be wrong, but you are able to change your YouTube name at any time, correct? So while ChatGPT chose it, I'm certain you are able to change it if you wish. Nice. The dark room almost always has stuff in it, but you can't access it until you turn the lights back on in the utility room. And we have the treasure chest, or the treasure map, which lets us dig up the floor for the day and find a wealth of either coins or gems or both. I don't know which we prefer today. I mean, that's implying a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say it's implying a little bit more than maybe you want to say as a tax evader, but yeah, I mean, username should be something you identify with for sure. But I mean, I'm certain there are many characteristics that you embody, right? The number of people who have watched my Legend of Zelda streams whose names are like Legend of Zelda enjoyer or Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild fan, like, wouldn't be the first time. So there are a lot of these pictures of these women dressed in maid outfits. There is an employee picture in one of the rooms that has these two women. Yeah, it's tough because we have again, we have more answers without questions. One of these women could be named Anne Babbage. She could be the like chief of staff, head honcho of the house caretaking. And the other could be named Bridget. Bridget was not listed as an employee in the list sent by someone who also worked at the house. But the name Bridget has shown up a lot, and there was no other female coded name that would describe who this person in this maid outfit is. So it's we're still trying to figure out what to do with that information. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. Okay, so there are not 12 major keys. But also, this could be a red memo, and therefore, since it's not handwritten, this could be false. And so green memos in Hartley's room are always true. Unclear. Okay. Anyway, glad to have gotten that out of the way. Now we need to get a few more steps if we're going to try to get up to rank 8 today. So we want to find another bedroom. If we can get the master's chambers, that'd be really nice. That's a dead end, so hopefully it will. We might just buy the locks or take the locksmith here just so we can buy more keys. Complicated. I think evading taxes is complicated in its own way, but you would be more of an expert on that than me, I would say. I don't think I want a special key today. I mean, the secret garden could have been a good attempt, but there's no guarantee you get the secret garden, so. This is kind of bad. This needs 3 gems, which means it could be the vault. We'll take the walk-in closet. I've never seen this cupcake before. Okay, rewarded. I have the coin purse. I don't have the rabbit's foot. I will keep that in mind. If I ever need to evade taxes that badly, I will take you up on your offer. Okay, so this is bad. We could take a gamble that this room leads out. I don't think that's as good as redrawing, though. Because the passageway does for sure lead out. Rotunda's a lot of steps, but it does get us through both sides. So we are going to take this. I think we'll take the rook. We don't need the money from the bishop. We don't need the armory. We're poor, and we definitely don't want the gambit of the queen. We're going to rotate the room first because we want to go to the right. The master's chambers. It does kind of suck. It's not as bad as it could be, if we're being honest. Having already done the 100%, I don't need to draft a room in every spot in the blueprint. I'm not as beat up about it, but again, vestibule's a risk. I think we're gonna take it though. I think we'll take the kitchen so we can buy at least one thing of food for sure. And we can rotate it. We can buy at least a banana. I wanted the club sandwich, but we buy 2 bananas even. And it gives us a few more steps. Guest bedroom gives us a ton of steps, so I think we might even just do that, just to make sure we can draft the other sides. Gives us a gem too, which is nice. Nice. Okay, we got the freezer. That was the goal. I don't think we're going to get more than 32 gems, and I don't think we're going to benefit from more than 32 gems either. So I am just going to draft this here. Nice. Okay. So again, we're mostly done with the day anyway. We had our objective of the library fulfilled. It'd be cool if we could make it back to the planetarium. I don't think we will. There are only 2 concurrent viewers. I'm not going to type, and Kulzia is not the most willing to suggest that people commit crimes from what I know of them. So the dry crowd is accurate, given that there is not much of a crowd in the first place. Showroom lets us draft more, so I think we'll just take that. 3 now. I don't know why OBS is always behind on that. Gymnasium probably doesn't matter too much. We turn the lights off, so it'd be cool. This could be her ladyship's chamber. I think we'll just go this. We'll see. Storeroom, that's fine. Gives us more keys in case we need them. We'll do the maid's chamber. I should have re-rolled. I got the rook. I should have re-rolled the conservatory. But this is the picture in question. We have an employee list. It could be that this is Anne Babbage, but I feel like she's one of the... I don't actually know. That could be Anne Babbage. Because she's not someone that looks familiar from the family tree. She might be Clara's grandmother, but there's enough distinction in the face that I don't think it is. She might be Anne Babbage. She was the one she's the one who would run payroll. She's the one who was in the office chair. And that means that it's unclear who these two people are. But we recognize him. He's the one who had the memo. In the other picture, yeah. You never know. These people are notably anti-establishment, so I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if they did participate in a little bit of tax fraud. Ha! Useless. Because we've already drafted all the rooms, that gives us just free drafts for the... Yeah, this is another question without an answer. Because if you look at the first letters on each line, it spells the word sacred, and so that could be a clue. But these are yeah, the fact that it's all spaced the way it is too, it's also suspicious. But yeah, let's go see if we can make it back to the planetarium. I guess I didn't realize that it also negated the steps cost of traveling through rooms, so that would have been wise, but I would say evading taxes can fill your... Isn't guaranteed to by any means. Because it's going to be a lot hungrier if you can't afford food after paying all the fines for being caught. As a protection for myself, I want to be clear that I personally do not advocate for tax evasion. Happy to joke about it, but it is not something that I think people should do in general. You believe that governments should be able to spend money to help, you know, serve the polis, as it were, serve the people, but so it looks like we missed, it looks like it went all the way around in the time we were spending in this day. It looks like it did a full complete revolution, and that would say to me that it is likely that they will align at some point. Whether that does anything is to be determined, but at some point we will have to just be boring and spend a day sitting and staring at the planetarium, waiting for the blue ringed planet on the edge to line up with the gas giant here. But yeah, we'll call it a day here. Start a new day with 32 gems. So that's a reason that we would want to try to do a schoolhouse day tomorrow. So mostly, we need to find the magnifying glass and the library. We're not going to draft the library until we're confident we can get a magnifying glass. Because because we don't want to risk losing a new clue. But that is the goal for today. If we do the Schoolhouse 2, that's fine. We can try to take the final exam again. I'll take pictures of my actual answers this time too. The goal is door 46. Nothing happened on day 46 to my memory, but there are certain days that do happen. Like there was a sale on 2 of the days earlier on. So the root cellar helps us. The root cellar with the kennel is a really good combo. The tool shed, if we take the tool shed, that might give a higher chance of there being a magnifying glass in the commissary, but it also might screw up the rolls on the. I'm hoping something happens at day 69. If nothing else, I hope it's a nice day. Shelter could be good too, but I think we're just gonna go root cellar because that's a go-to. It's a helpful strategy. We don't need the gems from the parlor. I don't know if I want to draft the parlor if I don't have to. But also I think the den might be better placed elsewhere, so I don't know. Have you tried therapy? Therapy could help you deal with the urge to evade taxes. This box and the white box are both false. The true box contains the gems. You will open this box. We had this puzzle before, dang it. I did not get this one correctly. This can't be true. Because if it is true, then it's false. And I don't think that, as I understand this puzzle, that would be a paradox and that can't work. So I think this has to be a false box, which means that that means that it's likely that the white box is true and this is false. And then, yeah, but there is an active internet connection that lets you watch someone stream at 12 a.m. Hey, glad to hear that the Wi-Fi is good in prison. Considering how many people are in prison that don't really deserve to be there, I would be happy to hear that the Wi-Fi is good in prison. Yeah, I think that's probably okay here. Let's get the rerolls. Would you not still be taxed on income you have from outside of prison? Surely they don't assume all of your assets when they arrest you, right? I'm glad to be helping. Depressed is bad. Depressed in prison is worse. Yeah, we're mostly just drafting chill until we actually run into something like the commissary. We want to see if we can buy the magnifying glass. Ba-ba-ba-da. Not today, pal. So that's a little bit of a concern. We don't have the trading post, but we have the shovel now, so we'll keep the dig spots available. Probably okay to do the Nook. Sudoku's pretty fun too. If you have nothing else to do, Sudoku is good, crosswords are good, though crosswords often require like knowledge of current events. And so that can be a little risky in prison. I don't want to draft the library here unless I know I'm going to get the magnifying glass. See you later, BRB. Sometimes the magnifying glass is in the library. I don't really want to draft the patio here. I think we'll re-roll once. I think we'll do the chapel. Gymnasium's a little risky at the moment because we don't have that kind of sucks. I want to have that later in the day. We'll just get the dark room out of the way here. There aren't many rooms this early we could draft that would suck to put in this corner. And the laboratory is good to get early too. Because sometimes the laboratory also has a magnifying glass, but it looks like it's just fine. I think shop room, set your dice to 2 is probably okay. I don't want to lose steps from drafting a red room, because we've already done most of the... I mean, we could do set your steps to 40. That has a lot of potential. We could also do just the red room, set your steps to 40. Welcome back. Kind of a tough call. There are a lot of hallways, but I don't know how consistently we'll be able to draft hallway to hallway. This could still get us, it could punish us to some degree if we rely on it too late or don't get to take advantage of it too late. I couldn't have guessed attack with tax evader, couldn't have guessed that you weren't actually in prison. Kind of a difficult choice for trying to be efficient. We could just, it never hurts to just gain more stars. That's always a safe go-to. Setting your dice to 2 is also pretty good, because then we can have better odds of re-rolling to get other rooms that we want. I don't want to risk losing the steps, I think. So let's... I don't know if you actually can donate money, because I don't have enough subscribers to have super chats enabled. So I won't take you up on that bet. And besides, 5 cents can theoretically contribute to buying food. Yeah, I think overthinking this isn't going to help, so I think I'm just going to go with this and see if I can do it. Because I actually haven't drafted any hallways yet, so... Dining room is a good insurance. We'll take the lunchbox. Tempting, tempting. But I'm not necessarily motivated to encourage you to get therapy when if you don't go willingly, therapy can't really help you. So club sandwich, banana, bacon, and eggs. I mean, the morning room was mentioned in a new clue, and so I think it might be beneficial to try to go back to the morning room. I think it was mentioned. No, it wasn't. It was just the solarium. Cool, then I probably won't guess it. Starfish Aquarium is pretty good. I kind of want the mailroom, just cause. Because we have the den we can go up and draft. Go here. Because the order, the mail delivery in the next day is pretty good. Kennel. We want the kennel first, and then we'll see if we can get the morning room. Turnip is good. Nursery's a little late. Breaker box could be good. Therapy, I think you can go to therapy for whatever you want and they'll just listen to you. You are protected under a lot of laws for talking about crimes with your therapist. There's a lot of personal health protections in place if you were to talk about your tax evasion in therapy. They would not be, I think tax evasion is not a crime they are required to report by any means. Things like murder, sexual assault, maybe. I don't know the law by any stretch. But you would be able to go and talk about it for sure. Therapists are there to help you talk about whatever it is that you need to talk about. So we've got a lot more extra steps. That's a good place to be. And the den, we have one reroll. The den has a lot of the den has a lot of space to draft out of. We have this whole 3x3 cube. Hopefully we'll be able to figure something out. I mean, sure, but that's not the kind of thing that I want people to hit about. Because that's disgusting, frankly. Dormitory, that's a risk. I said dormitory, library is a risk. Again, we don't want to drop the library until we... Ooh, that's rough. I'm glad you would never. Please don't joke about it on my stream. Security, there we go. Because we turned the security system off already. That's okay. People are allowed to change. Please stick to evading your taxes. But again, that is not something that I tolerate in this stream. Again, apology accepted. As long as you don't do it again, it'll be okay. I do appreciate having someone to sit and chat with. It's nice, it's pleasant. But again, there are certain things that just aren't funny. Another key is good. We'll open this. More chems we don't need. We have the steps for this for sure. Can't rotate these rooms, so I guess we'll just take the gymnasium. Where are we looking? Key on the floor here. that's kind of rough. I don't know if I want to redraw, but that is kind of rough. Let's take the walk-in closet. Telescope is not bad. A gymnasium, or a gym, is a... its name is based off of the ancient Greek word. Could be wrong about this. I thought it referred to the Greek word for nudity, because in ancient Greece, most... yeah, that's interesting. Is that Spain? You mentioned 12 o'clock. Spain, I think, has that as the highest level of high school from my 2 years of Spanish class. Gymnasium in America, in English at least, is a room for sports, for player activity. Usually basketball, often volleyball, and other sports. Because I thought the gymnasium was part of the original Olympics. This is based off my Latin class in high school, and I don't remember for sure, but a lot of sports in ancient Greece were performed nude, and so I thought it had to do with the word for nudity. But you're Dutch, okay. I don't speak Danish. If I did, I would greet you in a language that you might also speak, but it's one of the languages I don't know hello in, unfortunately. Interesting. Yeah, we shorten it to gym, but we just have our school gradations are elementary, middle, and high school. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take the sail. We'll take that. Key, slice, diamonds. Sure, that is a lot of free stuff today. And then we'll use the telescope to do it all again. From what I hear, Dutch is pretty weird. True, we don't support getting high in high school per se. We could take the library now, just so we don't cut off. We could try to redraw. It's a tough call here. We have security that we can keep going through. We're cutting off so many rooms, though. I'm gonna redraw. We have enough keys that I think the vestibule's okay. But also the hallway could be fine too. Let's do the vestibule. There's also a lockpick kit somewhere in the house that we missed. So that's the locked door. We'll leave that for now. We can do the pool hall. And that gave us 2 more rerolls, which was part of the goal. So I'm gonna guess that that is half of 18. I'm wrong. What is that? A third of 18 is the third of the dartboard? A third. So 21 minus 11 minus a third of 15. A third of 1? Are you kidding me? Times 9? That's so good. I hate it, but that's so good. Look at the music room. So is it like optional high school in? Because my understanding, it's like I watch a lot of anime. In Japan, high school is not mandatory education; it's optional. So is it similar to that in Netherlands? I mean, we'll do the armory, I think. Either rotate, but let's see this. 14 grades. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Definitely an interesting system. There's a degree of... There's at least an aspiration for meritocracy there. Though, obviously, if your teachers are less qualified or less skilled, then that can be problematic as well. Yeah? That seems very early. In America, we have the option to do preschool starting at like 3 or 4. And then otherwise kindergarten starts ages 4 to 5 and goes from there from 1st to 12th grade. Okay, so it's kind of the yearly thing. Kitchen being commonplace is good. Patio being standard, I think, is pretty good. The rotunda, it takes a lot of gems, but it's also pretty good. I don't know. Interesting. People in America tend to be pretty... There's a lot of fight against public education in general for a lot of very politically motivated reasons. And so in addition to the people who want to homeschool instead of having their kids go to a public education system, they want to give parents the chance to 12 grades plus kindergarten. Kindergarten is a separate grade, and then optional preschool. People insist on the right to be able to raise their kids as much as they want, essentially, before going to public education if they so choose. So, I mean, I think I am firmly in favor of public education and having a like having things that are taught to citizens of a country. Though, again, like, that also is problematic at times because of the nationalistic way history is taught. But I think most nations engage in a little bit of nationalism as a treat in terms of telling their own history. The pantry is where it is. We don't really need it, but it can't hurt, I don't think, to go get that. We got the magnifying glass, so now we're trying to get the library in our last couple of drafts here. It depends on the area. If you're in a high population city, then generally speaking, you're going to have like 20 to 30 kids. And it also depends on the funding of the school, if there are enough teachers, because sometimes they cram kids into classes. I think in middle school is when I remember having the most people in classes. In one of my math classes, we had like 29 or 30 students. All the desks were full. So in more wealthy areas where they can pay teachers better and pay for more teachers, then you're going to have more like 15 to 20 students per classroom. That seems pretty good. I mean, I am not a teacher. I know teachers, and my understanding of the process of teaching is that it's better if you can spend more time helping individual students. Let's do this, because it kind of gives us more options and also drafts a hallway from a hallway and should set our keys to 2, or rerolls to 2. Yeah, elementary schools tend to have, like, I remember roughly 20 to 25 for elementary schools. Middle schools got a lot more busy, and then high schools were always bigger, and so there were more teachers and more optional classes. Depends on what you mean by how does it go. They usually have 3 to 4 teachers per grade, and then they divide people up based on like the quote-unquote track that they align with. I don't know how those were decided, but that way usually the same kids could be in the same classes and knew each other throughout elementary school. They would interact at recess and whatnot, but it would help organize like lunch periods, etc. So here we have a new clue. This is the name of the stream. This is the purpose of what we're trying to do today. Sundial Publishing. We're not going to, I don't think we're going to read the whole book again today, but we have the magnifying glass so we can check out various things. Retraced his sketches, studied the files, reviewed all his cases, and gone through the piles of the evidence present and the precedents evident, and he retraced his steps as he ran out a mile. Yeah, my memory is a little vague on the specific details of how elementary went, but we had different like studies. We had PE sometimes. I think it was a weekly thing. We had math, grammar, and some history, and otherwise we had some coloring projects, different art options and whatnot, but it was a lot of math and grammar. He looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. I don't know if apple, banana, orange means anything. ABO, 3. Well, no, apples are 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5 steps. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids. He questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. So tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had already owned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. So these are the books that we were looking at. These are anagrams. Tender Cipher rearranges the letters to the Red Prince. Lunar Renamed rearranges to Realm and Rune. Uncle Ah rearranges to A New Clue. Draft the Sixes rearranges to The Fixed Stars. I don't know why there's a 6 on this spine. It could just be Draft the Sixes as a reference to the title, like the Lunar Renamed here. Interesting. He changed all the letters and the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found that the diction of each word was sound. So the biggest one here is Mary Mary, because Mary and Marigold is the pen name for Mary Epson, who wrote this book. This, I think, is to help us get the safe puzzle. Right and right, I'm not sure. This kind of looks like an L. And it's kerned weirdly. The kerning is weird. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. We can't see what he's looking at on his paper. I don't know what this is. This looks like, I mean, it could be like an incense jar of some kind. A man obsessed and cuckoo too, they would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Yes, we've seen all the signs. This is the picture in the safe room. This is the picture in the shelter. And this is the picture in the ballroom. And then this is another interesting clue. Jor is word. And then MA, I think... Irahan is a language that you can learn in this game. It's not like a full language, but MA means small. And so Major would be small word. Assume page counts starts on title pages. Yeah. I mean, that's how it should be in America. Again, like the civil service is not as valued. Teachers make dirt, and a lot of construction workers and plumbers make some good amount of money, and some construction workers do. Surgeons just make hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the actual fraud that is medical care and healthcare in the United States. I'm not saying that spending 7 to 10 years of your life shouldn't net you a degree of financial stability. I'm saying that it is still a valuable field of work to be someone who can fix plumbing and to build buildings, and I think we should be respectful and supportive of people who want to pursue what they want without making it a matter of I need to do the things that I don't want to do to make money. Because there are a lot of people I've known. I went to university and I met a number of people who were bio majors pre-med, and a number of them did not seem like the kind of people who I wanted to have taken care of my surgeries per se, because they just didn't seem to care about anything other than being a surgeon for the prestige and the money associated with it. So I think that surgeons make more money than they need to because the healthcare system is screwed up and allows a lot of exploitation based on healthcare in the United States. And I'm happy to hear that necessary work in the Netherlands gets paid significantly. Sure, there should be some kind of gap. Sure, there should be some benefit that you get from spending a lot of your life to learn how to take care of people. But I also think that it motivates people to become a surgeon if they want to, and not just because it can make them money. Because life, believe it or not, life is about a lot more than just making money. XYZ ABC. Dead end in major key. So if we're doubling words, key is a thing that opens a door, but it's also something in which a time signature or in which a musical piece is written. Yeah, and I don't want people becoming surgeons just to make hundreds of thousands of dollars. I want them to become a surgeon because they want to take care of people and they're willing to make that part of their life. I don't know. I have seen all the signs. I don't know the 10 dashes for it, though. Put numbers in there. XYZ ABC. So red. I guess I can have this open so people can see as well. The red prints, again. We have either the or there. As someone who is strongly against the way that the Conservative Party in America is treating immigrants in my country, I am. just letting you know that I think immigration should be supported if people want to get out of even worse places to get to places that they can make a life for themselves and their family. I am in favor of enabling immigration. So just keep that in mind. You're welcome to have your opinions. You don't need to agree with me on everything, but I am pro-immigration and am against xenophobia in general. I don't have pictures of the red prints, or maybe I should have gotten them. But if we're counting from the title page, the first word is the for sure. But it's also word X, which is not the or there. Because this makes me wonder if it is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, rather than trying to align it to the American English alphabet. Line up numerically to the American English alphabet. It covers all the way through. The way through would be X to Y to Z to A to B to C. Everyone is welcome to their opinion. I don't know what you mean is way too much. And I also don't know how many immigrants there are in the Netherlands, so... So the word major comes up a lot. The suspect is minor and the suspect is major. If it's handwritten, red memos are true. This is false. Because we have the suspect list here. If the suspect is minor, then that means it's either Richard Scott, Bo Lee, or Charles Riscall. Sure, that would be kind of wild. I have no idea whether that takes place or not. And the question, I guess you can't see that. Anyway, here's the suspect list. If the suspect is minor and major, I'm gonna look at something else real quick. Again, the idea that the origin of someone's birth should determine whether they deserve the right to live somewhere better than they live just seems very problematic to me. I respectfully don't think it matters how many immigrants there are in a country. Like, the idea that because you happen to be born in one place, you should deserve to stay where you are, and you should not deserve to benefit from the good that the world can offer. Again, going to be hard-pressed to convince me that it is right to exclude people from benefiting from a better place to live than... because, like, it is only cosmic chance that determines whether someone is born in one country or is born outside of another country. I am very lucky to have been born in the United States and be born a cis-het white male. Like, there are a lot of benefits that I get, but... yeah, it is. I'm glad we agree on that. You shouldn't just be evicted because you're not from the place that you're living. And I can understand the desire to, like, protect national borders, because people do want to have tribal identities of some kind. People do. I can understand that, but, like, isolationism and radical nationalism are very problematic when there are more than enough resources in the world to go around, and it's simply selfish pride that stops people from getting access to them. Okay, so the suspect is Major. Makes me think, because there's Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. And so if the suspect is minor and the suspect is major, I'm currently looking at Sarah Dillon, who is the fourth on this list, and age 14. Obviously, that's not a conclusive thing, but I think we'll keep that in mind for now. I'm going to keep playing the game, as much fun as it is to talk about immigration law. I'm going to move on from that so I can focus on this. But again, people are entitled to their opinion. There are just certain things that are morally incorrect about the way that people, especially in the United States, but potentially elsewhere in the world as well, view people who have immigrated to a country. So, again, I'm a little... there are a lot of questions in this book, questions that don't have answers. The capitalization of these, capital W, capital R, W right could be like the west right of some kind. And then R, this looks like an L, not an I, but it could just be an I with a long tail. Right and right. There's something there for sure. We have a picture of that, so I don't know that we need more than that. If Jor is name, then Major could just be a short name. And so it could be Bo Lee is the suspect that we care about here. I agree that it's shaped for like an L for a reason. I just don't know what that is right now. So much. I gave into curiosity. I don't recommend doing this if you want to play this game, and I ask that you not to do this to spoil things for my benefit, but I went to the wiki page for this book, and every single page had a separate spoiler tab that you could open to get information from. So it's like, okay, what am I missing on this page? What is there here that I am missing? I think everything has something significant in this page. I don't know whether it's significant that he's wearing glasses. But, for example, the signs, right? So I can show you that on my notes. If you line up all the signs, you have Route 8, depart, keep left, go to Tanner Fork, turn right, and then reach a dead end. And then the metro map here, you can follow that along and get the sequence of this, this sequence of numbers on this metro map that you can find elsewhere in the world. So 8, 7, 3, 10, 9. I don't know what that means, but that is a series of numbers that might come up later. And again, I don't know what seen all the signs and the dead end is in Major Key is. So we know that the signs at least mean something. But what they mean is still a little unclear, because this is the same metro map that that we found later, and I think it's meant to be a clue that this is what you're supposed to use for the stop signs. But again, I don't know how much is meant to fill in. Dead end in Major Key, I don't know what exactly that means. It stops at the 9 on the map. We can open this again, and I can zoom this in a little bit for us. Nine is mainway station. But that doesn't fit with the word gaps here. Sure, no worries. Best of luck finding those bugs and duplicating them as needed. Because there are a couple of stops. Oh, major stops and minor stops. Okay. Did not notice that before. Okay. Dead end in major key. So major stops. We start at 8, which is the Royal Station, which is a major stop. You keep left to 7, which is Angel Tower, which is a minor stop. Keep going to 3, which is Ares Crossing, a minor stop. Tanner Fork is 10, which is a major stop. Turn right, go to 9, which is the mainway station, which is a dead end. And a major station. Yeah, I might have benefited from having 2 pictures of this, because I can shrink it a little bit, but then it's hard to read. But again, if we follow the instructions, you start at Route 8, depart, keep left to Tanner Fork. Start at 8, depart, keep left up to 7, Tanner. You keep going to 3 to Tanner Fork. You turn right, takes you back up to 9, and then dead end. Dead end in major key. The suspect is Major, a short name. Bowley does seem to be the suspect. Suspect is a key. So how would Bowley be a key? Age 16 is part of the key. Yeah, I took these pictures just to try to be sure of what pages I would need. Best of luck with that, tax evader. No worries. Parlor, patio, nook, office. Laboratory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. Okay. So red, green, violet, blue. Red, green, violet, blue. Red, page A, word X. I don't think there was a word. I don't think I have the nursery drafted. Maybe we can go still fit it in somewhere and go read the red print again. Let's see what we can do. I kind of want the morning room just because that cuts off this avenue though, so I'm not certain if I want to commit to that. I don't think the vault gets us anything today, but I just am going to draft it in case we get another key. We have 3 vault doors open. We still don't have the sanctum key from here. I mean, here's the casino. Whenever Tax Evader gets back, they were very excited to see what the casino looked like. I don't really want another shop. So I think we'll just do the silver key here. We have all the gems in the world, so let's rotate away. We'll just do this so we can get more spread. Okay, so we're going to redraw a lot here, at least 4 times. We want to see if we can get the nursery. Okay, well. Maid's Chamber probably is okay. Or we try to redraw again. And we'll just do this. Because we can prism key off of the nursery, right? If it's locked. We want the purple prism key. And we'll get the nursery. Cool. Hashtag bland. So if we're going page 1, word X, do we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, XYZ, so it would be 24, Marigold. Is it Marigold? Or does the, I did have written down that it could be Mary or Marigold earlier, and that's probably why, because I counted it to that far. That also begs the question, do you cycle through the page numbers if you go all the way through the book as well? Anyway, let's take a picture of this so we don't have to come back and think through this again. because it is distinctly a red book. Bless. I realize that I haven't actually written down the word from this book. Oh, well, okay. Page 2, word 25 was 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 2. So if it is... If it is the Red Prince, Realm and Ruin, the New Clue, and the Fixed Stars. Marigold. This. Page 3, word 1. The. Marigold, the... to north. Roman rune. I mean, we kind of knew that he had already escaped to the north. That's like, that was pretty clear already. But also, it's Marigold the to north. And so, that could also just be straight up wrong. Welcome back. As a treat, no more progress. It has only been a matter of minutes. But we did find the casino, which is, it's fine. Notably, nope. I have the broken lever. You can fix this machine and earn a lot of money off of spinning if you want, because it's not all that hard, especially if you have upgraded luck from a day. You can just roll as much as you want, essentially. And then the big thing is in the middle, where you can spend up to 100 coins to get some pretty big benefits. So I'm going to do that. I don't have anything else to spend my coins on today. I could get more steps in the kitchen. There's nothing else to buy in the commissary. And I could donate money in the chat. But we're going to spin. Wager 100 coins and spin. More allowance would be nice, just convenient. I'll take 2 free spins. That's fine. Another 2 free spins? Are they cumulative? If I could put it all on red, I certainly would. But that is not how this particular game works. Ha! Wow. That's a lot of free spins. I don't think I've done anything to increase my luck today. I didn't draft the courtyard. So we are just statistically improbable. I don't know if there's anything I can do during the spin. I haven't tested. I've just been sitting here watching. But clicking buttons doesn't seem to be doing anything, and that is the end of our free spins, if my math is right. Yeah, so cool that we got at least one free spin, but yeah. It's mostly, this is the way to earn money if you want to spend all of your money on certain things. There are some very expensive but very powerful items you can get from the showroom. And so the casino is mostly a way for you to, if you're willing to sit and test your luck, to get those items. So anyway, yeah. It's not much in the grand scheme of things, especially once your allowance gets high enough, but... Two, yeah. So this is certainly two. There's no ambiguity there. If it's page B, word Y, this is certainly the word two. Again, the fixed stars. It looks like a green book when you check it out from the library, but here it's a blue book. It doesn't have 26 pages, and it doesn't have a word X. So as a green book, the word is north, and that makes a lot of sense if it's marigolds to the north. Realm and Rune. If it's page 3, word 1, if we're counting the title page, it's going to be the word this. Because the title page is 1 before this. This is page 2. This is page 3. Word 1 is this. So, marigold this to north. I don't think I can move a new clue from the table. None of these pictures really resonate with me for any reason. I mean, like, there's a chance that we need to draft those 4 rooms in the 4 corners of the house, and that would give us something. Maybe we can try to do that at some point. Because the pantry and the nook are both pretty commonly placed in the corners, or placed at the bottom, and then the office and the patio could both theoretically be drafted in the top left and top right. So maybe we try that and then go to room 46. This being a rook is also suspicious. She is the Orindian angel. We don't know her name, I don't think. And the white rook that's in the nook looks kind of like he's digging up. This could be like the catacombs, because it looks kind of like trays where ashes might be kept. And tombs is a word on the page. We lit these candles because these are the candles that could be lit. We got a note from it that we can't translate. We can't. Obviously, the note can be translated, but I don't know. I don't know what it says. The red room picture makes it look like the suspicious maid has yellow hair, or at least light-colored hair rather than dark hair. And we have the maid's room, right? Maid's chamber. We can go see who's wearing that hat. Crap. Shouldn't matter that I wasted stuff. You never know. Where's the light coming from? Interesting. So the one most likely to be wearing the same hat as in the picture is this. Again, looks like light-colored hair. So maybe she was the one being questioned? So that's the cook. We did try to do this earlier. Something I saw implied that this is Hartley and therefore the chauffeur, and he does look old. I just assumed that the guy in the cabbie cap was the chauffeur, but he could be the valet. But this seems more like a valet outfit than this does. I assumed that this was either Randolph the scientist or someone else. But again, it's likely this is Miss Babbage. Mrs. Babbage. Doesn't seem to have a wedding ring on her finger. Hard to tell if she does. Unclear. The downside to the rotunda is just it takes forever to spin through. I'll spend a step rather than another key, just cause. Okay. Marigold, this to north. There are other books we checked out as well, but it's unclear where they would be put. And especially with this as a guideline, I mean, it could be reversed. It could be north to this Marigold. again, it's somewhat incriminating to have both of these pictures on the wall. We haven't found the chess piece that is the white king or queen, either of them, I don't think. We found black king and we found black queen. I don't think we found either white chess piece. I want to just say that there's more that I'm missing, but I truly don't know if there is. R, D, K, L, T, T, F, D, E. There are two signs that are that diamond shape, but only one of them is yellow, but it doesn't have an arrow, or it does have an arrow and that picture doesn't. But now in view, have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. Marigold to the north doesn't really... Okay. So this looks like the security access terminal when you're connecting different... I have security. Maybe we'll go check that out real quick. The suspect is a key. How far would we have to go back? Yeah, typo. I think we're gonna go test something. We'll have enough steps to get back to the library if needed. Because I do still think there's more to be sussed out from a new clue, but there's only so much that I think I can suss out from a new clue without sitting there and just banging my head. And so, I mean, when I think I will take pictures of the whole book, text included, just so I can have it as reference, so I can look at this puzzle later. Okay. So there's a finite character limit. Is that that picture next to the suspect is a key looks like the terminal logs. And so maybe if I put the suspect, who is minor and major, a short name, as entry key, I was hoping it would get me to this, but it might just be to getting logging into the network somehow. Yeah, so maybe we go back to the laboratory and see what we can see there. Because the one key we have is Danny Ravain's that he added that has been deactivated because, you know, he blackmailed Herbert Sinclair. Okay, and Babbage has a key. Okay. So she has personnel access, admin access, Randolph Moore? No. Let's go mailroom. He has Randolph Moore. Okay. So he, yeah, directed the greenhouse. It was known that he was the one who stole. Partly assistant admin. Kimberly Thompson. Okay. Former executive assistant to H.S. Sinclair, trusted with full admin privileges. So she logged in close to right before yeah, so okay, so if her most drafted room is the office, that seems very likely then that she is the woman in the suit coat in that picture in the office, and she is the woman sitting there. That means both maids are unknown and suspicious. And what do you have to say about Moore? Lead lab technician for Cinca, set up estate terminals. He set all of this up. There are 3 additional delisted admin keys. One of them is probably Herbert Sinclair's because he died. And there might be exit. Okay. So let's try R. We don't need, okay, we don't need anything. We can just oh, ho, 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 ho. That we can now turn on emails from these places, especially the shelter is pretty huge. Inbound, outbound connections, and electronic mail communications outside the local network have been temporarily disabled. We can't change that, it seems. terminal timeout settings. The timeout settings controls how long a computer terminal stays connected to the network without disconnecting from the server. The default setting, immediate, requires a new connection each time the user attempts to log into the network. So, is there a downside to having terminals stay logged into the server, to the network? We can always come out and change this. I'm going to set it to 1 week for now. Because we might be able to connect to Blackbridge if we connect all of the terminals at this point. So we need to get the shelter tomorrow, and we need to get the office tomorrow, because we have the laboratory and the security today. Admin logs. I can access this at any time now that I know the admin key. So I'm going to write down the admin key so I don't have to take pictures of all of this if I don't want to. Admin keys. More R, full access. Tom K, full access. Bab, partial. Part R, no. Expired. D expired. Plus 3 more expired. Maybe I will just take pictures of these. Why not? Screw it. The last cables are finally laid, and the office terminal has been connected to the central network. Given the ever-changing nature of the rooms that the estate, we chose to install this server outside of the house to maintain a connection stability at all times. A small cavern off of the east drive was selected for the server site. All remaining computer terminals on the estate are now connected to the network mainframe, and we will now begin testing remote access capabilities between them. We'll also ask the Baron to come up with a name for the network. After some deliberation, our network has been named Blackbridge, a somewhat ominous name for the project, given the legend from which the term derives, though very fitting considering we chose an actual cave to house the mainframe. I only hope that our servers do not suffer the same fate that befell those in the story. Regular maintenance report fixed a connection error that was occurring between the office and security terminal, so added electronic mail capabilities to each terminal that can be accessed via the network. We are dropping frames again, likely because of how hot it is. Yeah, we're having not quite a heat wave, not as bad as it has been, but we are definitely getting some extra heat. So that's a good reason why we are dropping frames. Recording capabilities of all cameras on the estate have been disabled. Additionally, the existing video playback functionality on the security terminal has also been removed. Who deleted logs? Yeah, apologies for the lag, but there's only so much I can do. Our house doesn't necessarily have central AC, and the router box is only, I guess it's both a router and a modem, is in a room that doesn't have access to AC. So can we re-enable playback functionality on the security terminal? That's going to be huge if we can. A lot of deleted logs. As requested yesterday, a new admin key created, though the requested name doesn't fit with our typical length formatting. Effective immediately, all electronic mail capabilities have been restricted and now can only be accessed via the office terminal. All of the terminal inboxes have been archived and can only be restored via admin control. Done that, check. Temporary access to mainframe and Blackbridge Grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. Temporary access has been restored. Updated access privileges for the following account types. We need archive access. Full access plus access to archive admin logs and deleted database entries. RTA, that was something, is down while we work on a solution to reported terminal connection failures. RTA is working again. Connections tested and confirmed functional to make future testing easier. Added ability to access offline terminals through the RTA when Blackbridge is open. Per request, one temporary admin key has been added to the network. It's been deactivated. Again, the game starts on November 7th, 1993. So we're getting close to present day. We'll see what happens. Added new data management features to Blackbridge admin control, updated user database, changing the guard in preparation for Simon's arrival, inbound and outbound messages, as well as offsite connections from the outside. The estate have been disabled per the instructions left by the Baron himself. Okay. Well, that's nice. Okay, so there's the achievement to get to room 46 on the first day. And so this is a way to get all of the trophies on one save file. That's really actually genuinely cool. Okay. So we need archive access, whether we need to make our own archive access or whether... So let's just see if K gives us anything different. And let's do root H and just see. It's probably been, yeah, it's been deactivated. K. Okay, these are going to be the same. Okay, so 1987. Archive. All of those take place in 1987. So that probably doesn't line up with, because no, okay, so Miss Mary Matthew Jones disappeared February 22nd, 1987. So 10 days-ish, roughly 10 days after that happened is when the first logs were deleted. July, August, and then September 2nd is when the crown jewels were stolen. Okay, so it is likely that these deleted logs have to do with the children of Blackwater, especially given the name of Blackbridge. I think we need to be able to find the user log that is longer than the normal convention. I think we're good with what we've gotten out of this so far. Let's go to the laboratory. And let's go see if we can put in the suspect is a key. Put that in to a into the network key and see if that gets us something different. Also, we now have mail that we can read in the laboratory and security. That's where the lockpick set is. Okay, doesn't matter. We had an abundance of keys anyway. Yeah, I think this is Anne Babbage. I think it's safe to assume this is Anne Babbage. Final answer. We'll treat her as such. This is the one in focus. So neither of these two are listed as people on Rudolph's Randolph's employment list. Unless Kirk Darren is a pseudonym for one of these two. Chef DeCamp could be a woman. Kimberly Thompson. Wouldn't make sense for a lab assistant to dress like a maid, unless, again, we've decided that Randolph Moore is a little bit of a misogynist and maybe he requires lab technicians to dress differently. He says there are a handful of other names among the various live-out and seasonal service staff, but with their frequent mention, I thought it best to omit them from this cursory introduction. So maybe they are listed somewhere. But anyway, we need the laboratory computer. Okay. Just gonna try one more, and then we'll just log in and read the emails. Okay. Suspicious. Lock it down. Lock it all down. This was sent right. This was sent long after the recording capabilities of all cameras on the state have been disabled. This was sent a month after the new admin key was created. And the day after this was sent, all electronic mail capabilities were shut down. Baron Sinclair, as we discussed in our meeting earlier this week, we will be sealing off the entrance to the Blackbridge server this week, as well as archiving all our electronic mailboxes and locking access. I'm not sure just how tech-savvy we expect the Red Guard to be, but there's more than enough data on our servers. These extra precautions are, in my opinion, the very minimum measures that we should take, considering given the likelihood of an investigation next month. So yeah, locked all down because the Red Guard, who are like the I want to say SSS, or the SS from Germany in the World War II era. They're the patriotic police of Fen Iris, as I understand it. It's either that they are the patriotic police or they're just like normal investigators. One of the two. Chef, please don't worry too much about freezer access. The experiments we're doing aren't very sensitive and they are already accounting for normal variations due to expected use in staff traffic. However, surprisingly, we did see a major temperature rise on Friday, which I believe may be related not to your freezer visit, but to the use of the furnace in close proximity. In the future, you should try to draft that a bit further away, as the temperature rise from drafting that room has a major effect on the temperature in the house, and even more so in rooms in close proximity to it. We did already know that. We did melt the freezer with the furnace. Randolph, as I know you've been conducting temperature-related experiments this past week, I've tried my best to avoid accessing my frozen stock during your normal working hours. However, on Friday I was making my famous black truffle pizza and had to visit the freezer for a few ingredients. I hope I didn't mess anything up. Okay, so sequentially they go from bottom top. Because the precautions were sent on the 27th of August, and the... yeah, okay. Using RTA, remote terminal access, okay. Okay, so these are still just the laboratory. We need to go to the security to read those emails, but that's fine. We're gonna go there anyway. We can eat the meal, might as well, just in case we want to do more walking around. I guess we can still draft up security. That's still one room we can draft. I don't know if there's anything specifically we want. The observatory might be nice, but... well, we have the observatory. I forgot that you could do that. Let's read the mail. I will read chronologically. Mr. Darren, if you have any more of those red and blue memo sheets, the Baron has requested a handful of each for a new project he's working on the clock tower. For my part, I can't understand for the life of me why you and the Baron continually insist on confounding my staff and every other person who stumbles upon one of your colored memos. I'm not confident confusion is the best security, but it's not my department, so I'll leave that up to you and the Baron. Mrs. Babbage, I'd like to address one potential security vulnerability of having an antechamber in the wait. As years have gone by, the Baron's frequency of working out in this room has gone from once in a red moon to as rare as a man without self-pity. As such, we find this room mostly relegated to guest use, and given that an antechamber lever is not only unsuited, but also poses a security risk, I advise we either remove or conceal it and install a secondary lever to control the south entrance. Mr. Darren, sorry for the lagging reply. I'm still learning how to use this machine. Thanks for bringing this issue to our attention. This was not something I had considered, but does seem like a reasonable suggestion, and I will discuss it with the Baron during our next meeting. I know he's expressed interest in installing secondary access levers for both redundancy and convenience, so this may be an excuse to allow him to execute those plans, should he still wish to do so. Kirk, per our last meeting, effective immediately, please suspend all security camera recordings. Live surveillance has been approved, but the Baron no longer wishes to have tape logs of activity on the estate. I know this might seem like a security risk, but I promise good reasoning is behind this seemingly unsound decision. Okay. Because again, that started right around when Marion Marigold disappeared and started using this house as a staging ground for practicing their heist of the crown jewels. So I was hoping for more saucy information, but we still have another, we still have one more terminal that will likely have saucy communication from the shelter, and potentially, if we can draft the office and connect all of the machines, then that might give us remote network access from the Blackbridge terminal. So that's another thing we can try. None of these are explicitly good. We have the parlor, the Nook. We don't have the office as another corner case. So I don't know that the patio necessarily means anything. Let's just redraw. I'd rather get the office if possible. We could launder currency, but that doesn't do anything. So my dad did solve this puzzle. I solved it accidentally, but I am curious. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, we did find a couple of things, but it's all mostly just continuing the same questions that we don't have answers to. so we're still mostly looking. And again, much of this game is just me talking to myself. The Fixed Stars. It's a green book. Green, page C, word A. 1, 2, 3, north. Or preface, if we're counting the blank page on the left. Again, I'm not familiar with item duping in Tears of the Kingdom, but is it difficult to not, or is it too difficult just to go back if you end up not having the right amount of items? And if we assume that this is secretly a blue book, and we cycle through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, word X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It could be more. If thanks. Noted. Never would I say that it's easier to gather the materials genuinely, because it would be a long time to gather all the materials authentically, but it certainly requires less setup for sure. Nice. I went the wrong way. That's fine. Aesthetically, it's one of my favorites, and I love just the function of being able to navigate flying more easily. So I'm a big fan of it as well. I thought I already telescoped. Yeah, I already telescoped. Yeah. I think it makes the most sense for north to be the right word from the Fixed Stars. That makes the most sense. And north is a direction to help encourage the clue, to help encourage you to know what to do, right? If it is Marigold to the north, or the to north, because again, it's not written in the right sequence, and I don't want to just assume, but if it is Marigold to the north, that doesn't tell us anything new. That doesn't that doesn't help me know what to do, because that seems like it's just informative. Mary and Marigold escaped to the north. Originally, I thought the plan was to go east, or even south to Araha. But I think the red letter that we got in... I mean, Lionels are pretty easy to kill once you get good at flurry rush dodging, but to each their own. I have a separate page for the save codes and letters. Yeah, so the tiny safe in the drafting studio had this letter from Marion to Herbert, and where she says that they're taking the old Mountain Way tunnels to the north. You're good, my guy. Um, the the analytical, purely mathematical side of me that is a streamer is like, okay, if you keep chatting, that still helps the stream in general. It helps push the stream to other people. Um, so it doesn't bother me too much if you want to keep talking about Tears of the Kingdom. Um, as long as you're okay with me focusing on this game more than constantly engaging in chat with you. So as long as you're cool with that, I'm generally okay if you want to keep chatting about Tears of the Kingdom. The safe house and this unhallowed cavern that we have called home for last years. If it happened to me, please guide him to this place. Try to show him what these last days were all for. Explain to him, if you can, the intersection between foolishness and doctrine. The thin wire we stood upon, above the world, holding hands and throwing stones. Holding hands and throwing stones. In those days, we were guilty of everything. It sounds so significant. There's got to be something to it, especially the repetition. The intersection between foolishness and doctrine. Okay, so the tomb letter, the letter from Grandpa. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary dark dungeon to be laid to rest. Same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They'd say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memoirs, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth and strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life for the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if, by morbid example, this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope. If these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break these chains, then I would cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat the sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize the grand gestures that can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as a recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps. As is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. This is the letter that we don't necessarily know how to translate. I'm suspicious that the candles here, because the letter that we found was behind the candles, which I will hot duck. These candles seem to indicate the tomb where this letter was found. And it references searched every corner in each of the tombs. Yeah, the armor value of the effective stats tend to be lower than, the actual armor you can get, but it is, I mean, the obvious answer is just don't get hit. But, this, I think, is the same time at the clock tower that we needed. We needed 1:30 and we got 1:30, so that might be a clue as well. The two north. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found that the diction of each word is sound. I don't know where I have seen Merry, the Christmas greeting, written very frequently. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it. If we count stall gates, 8 dates crack, 8 safes. I think only if is the only word in that puzzle that doesn't have a double meaning of some kind. It gives us the clue here of gates and gates. And so the puzzle in the drafting studio might just be counting the horse pictures. Again, we solved it already, and we'll never, in our playthrough, never necessarily be able to just test it again. But we can go look. Bless. Yeah. Again, it's mostly just for my curiosity. But anyway. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you, you are looking for a new clue too. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files. He'd reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles. Of the evidence present, and the precedents evident, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. Reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles. What could be piles? Big spots are piles. and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. That makes me wonder if you need to draft all of these and then walk through them in a certain sequence. That would be insane. It's not hard to draft all of these rooms, but to have enough steps to do so, and then there's no way to draft them all connected to each other because you'd only have 2 dead ends you could draft. Gone through the piles. Patio had a key to get into one of the archive filing cabinets. So did the laundry. And so I'm wondering, is it possible? Oh, lavatory, not laundry. Okay. I don't think there's anything interactable in the library here. None of the books have names on the spines. They're organized mostly by color. There's this book that has a green spine. 2 green spines. One of in this room. Exhibiting either a bountiful spring of knowledge or a typical interior design sensibilities of the wealthy. The books are withdrawn from the shelves and placed on rostrum stands in various corners of the library. Again, I'm not ruling out the theory that there is some way to reveal hidden messages that might be on those books open as well as in the master's chambers. To the north. Marigolds to the north. That's the north side. Don't think there's anything else in the scrapbook. Don't know what these are. There are things that you can interact with that don't show a cursor mark. You know that because the poster of Rena opens when you click, regardless of whether the cursor shows up. So there's gotta be... okay, it's not that there has to be. I'm just pretty sure that there should be something up here. Especially because it is one of the corner cases here, and it doesn't have a checkmark. And I'm wondering if the parlor also has something hidden in it relevant to this. Okay, obviously, this wouldn't be... it wouldn't be written in this book if it didn't matter somehow. So something in the parlor matters. We'll try drafting the parlor in the corner next time. Same with the nook, if possible. And then I don't know what to do about this list. We want the office anyway tomorrow, so we will draft it too, and we'll try to draft it up in the top. retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all these cases and gone through the piles. The evidence present, the precedence evident. He traced his steps and stretched on for miles. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. The AABA, or AABBA, is a weird rhyming scheme, but it is interesting. So tome after tome that the library owned, and the books that he had, that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. So, the Fixed Stars was already owned. Technically, it might be our copy of Red Prince in the nursery. Realm and Rune was added, a new clue was added. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. That's the most, like, concerning to me, because that's... To change all the letters in the lines that you find, what does that mean? It could just be a reference to changing the letters in these lines that we found in a new clue, and getting the proper name books, and checked all the colors and spines that were bound, doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, and found the diction of each word was sound. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. Okay, so what maps? We have maps from the schoolroom. And they have a lot of suspicious things on them. We have the names of different planets. We have infinity and -1 as the poles of the planet. Orinda Aries, Arch Aries. If she went to the north, she's in Arch Aries somewhere. More, Morajai is the name of one of the nations, and it's where the puzzle boxes are from. Interesting that they get to name the planets. So we're looking at tiny outer planet first, Phenomora, gas giant Tevea, then to the ringed planet Dauja, then to Mora, and then to Mamora, small Mora. Fen Mora would just be like Fen Iris Mora or whatever. Gauja, Bea, unclear. Dao is day. Dao Jia would be last day, or day last, the previous day, perhaps. Just Mora. I don't know if it would mean anything explicitly. Ben Mora to Vea to Daoja. Last day. Mora to Small Mora. Vea. Yeah, no idea there. But those are the only maps that I know of. Laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. Do I need to have gaps in my floor plan of some kind? And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it's nothing short of a full mental lapse. A man obsessed and cuckoo too, it would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If you found a new clue, you know what to do. The best medicine is not yet evidence. Laughter is the best medicine, and it's not yet evidence. People would often refer to people who laugh, or like madness often manifests in cackling or laughing of some kind. And having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? I feel confident I've seen all the signs. So it's possible that that means that there is something I can get off of this. I don't know what 2 5-letter words I would get, but dead end in major key, XYZ AB. The key of C doesn't necessarily mean anything. Library covers the way. X to Y to Z to A to B to C. That does make me suspicious that you do need to rotate through. That you can count all the way through on a blue book and then count back through. Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. That also looks similar for some reason. That looks like the valet guy, or the guy we assume is the valet. The suspect is a key. I don't know what those 2 little boxes are. Okay. Obviously, I'm going to need to come back here at some point, because I still don't know what to do. but I think I've done beating my head against this today. We have a couple of leads we can follow. We need to check the mail terminal and the shelter. I think we're good for the day here. So we're going to do one more day, and then depending on how long it takes, I'm going to go help my neighbor move, and then I'll be doing other things, but yeah. I just need to take a break, and I'll look at that later. I'll probably talk to other people I know currently playing the game to see if they have other ideas, and we can pool ideas, or we're both working on it. But again, we're praying for the shelter today. It might even be worth trying to get the boudoir first before we go out to the room, just so we can re-roll and guarantee as best as we can the shelter. Let's go see if we can put the parlor in the corner. I don't like that. Let's do this. We want the boudoir, but we don't want it at the risk of not getting access to the foundation. So we did that once, and it really kind of screwed us over. Okay, so a little bit suspicious, but both the parlor and the nook showed up as options for the corner. So I'm wondering if they're guaranteed to be part of the, one of them is guaranteed to be part of the pool in the corner. I think I'm actually gonna, because there are 4 that have a check next to them and 4 of them, and there are 4 corners in the house, I'm gonna put the nook here and see if I can't get the office in the other corner or the pantry in the other corner, and see if I can get all the 4 rooms that have check marks next to them in the corner of the house at the same time. I'm going to take the nook here. We'll put the den here. We'll enter the den. We'll take the gem, but I think we're going to go back and draft the other side. Enough gems for the office now. We don't want the pantry here, so we'll take the kitchen. We want the pantry in the corner. Tomato soup is good if we have to draft. Like the boudoir. If we have to draft red rooms, having tomato soup as backup is pretty good. Nothing, huh? Oh, shovel. I'm blind. Okay. No, we did not get one of those as guaranteed in the corner. But we can put the pantry in the corner now. Okay. Just gonna eat the apple now. And then let's go take this one reroll out to the front room and see if we can get the shelter today. Nice. Shelter. Easy. They were supposed to stay on based on what I had for new actress. Anyway. Yes, and don't worry, this communication method is fully secure. I'm the only lab technician with network access and the only one who uses this terminal. I could use some more supplies, but I'm not focusing on essentials, as I believe there's enough food in the shelter to last for the duration. But I think it'd be wise if we do a quick inventory to confirm that. So, Randolph Moore was part of the conspiracy to some degree. In terms of area, there's not nearly as much room here as I remembered from my youth. If it was just me, I wouldn't mind, but with 4 of us and the space we're going to need for planning, I don't expect this to be a sustainable situation for more than a week, fortnight at best. Okay, so he was actually part of the heist, too. Assuming this is actually Randolph Moore and not just someone using his code. I passed the message on, and your uncle says he may have an idea for a more long-term solution, but it's going to require some doing. I'm not sure exactly what he has in mind, but this morning when I looked at today's blueprints, I saw you had drafted the pump for it, a floor plan I haven't seen used in a very, very long time. I'm feeling you all may be taking the boat right shortly. Okay, so this is just to lead us to the actual safe house, which we have already drafted. It's finally happening. We just got confirmation from our source that the Red Guard is coming tomorrow to begin their formal inquiry into the disappearance. At this point, it's going to be too risky to move you until next week at the earliest. Just hang tight for now. Because this... Yeah. I was reading this letter again, and I don't know who Courtney is. But she says she identifies as Herbert as uncle. The event 4 years ago, presumably surrounding the disappearance. Those of us that were once bitten are twice shy, and I'm aware of the cost of my aggressively aloof behavior has on social standing or family. I do not apologize for my actions, so I'm now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been false. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the Red Border to the southern seafront. I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing, a date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist as some have claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible. In fact, that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive. So... the letter from Marion in the tiny safe does not have a ruby. Presumably, another ruby is missing in another safe we haven't found yet. Alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps our willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for help, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains drape across our sky are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open, in that distant land I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Who's Courtney? If she's talking to Herbert, which presumably she is, because he was responsible for helping, though, again, whether she went to Araha or whether she went to Arch Ares, it's a very difficult question. Did she go to the north? Did she go to the south and then go around to the north? Her note, her personal note, said that she left to, they went to the north border. This is saying that she got smuggled to the south. Did something go wrong? Was she originally smuggled to the south? She's a cousin of Marion. So let's look up the family tree again. She's a cousin. My understanding is that you're not necessarily uncle to someone unless you married into that family. So, like, if Herbert ever got married, then his wife's siblings' children would call him uncle, but that wouldn't necessarily either make them cousins to Marion, to Mary Epson. Cousin. Lionel Epson could have gotten married, but if Lionel Epson got married, then that wouldn't necessarily make Courtney Sinclair's niece. All the previous letters have been written to Herbert Sinclair. Presumably this is written to him as well. Nowhere has it said that Thomas Sinclair had another child. The easiest answer would be that Thomas had another child who got married, had a child, who then would be both Sinclair's uncle and Mary's cousin. Anyway, so that's something. I don't know if it's a big something, but it's definitely something. It's a bit of a waste of steps, but we're going to go check and make sure that network access is maintained for at least a week. Timeout setting controls how long a computer will stay connected to the network without disconnecting the server. The default setting immediate requires a new connection each time the user attempts to log in. So maybe you still need to draft them for them to be connected. It's just on and off, so we'll keep them all on. We need to find some way to establish connection off-site. And again, we need to find a way to restore previous logs. Can't do anything with that because I don't have any of the save files. User database doesn't matter, I don't think. We don't have any more information from that. We're still trying to draft the office and the patio in these corners and see if that does anything specific. We have the sleeping mask now, so we can go back to the boudoir and get that benefit. I don't hate having the greenhouse as hopefully a kind of insurance that we'll be able to get the patio when we get up to that corner. No watering can today, but there's a metal detector. We'll accept that. I mean, let's do the observatory first and see if we can get the cloister afterward. Because this puts us to 50 stars, so let's see what the other effect is. You may now spend stairs to draw new floor plans. Stars to draw new floor plans. Okay. That's big. We want the library in the house, for sure. It is one of the corner cases, but it does not have a check mark. Then we'll do the bedroom first. Both to get more steps and because I think this is an okay spot to have it. We're gonna have to traverse this area frequently, I think. Security. There's still a theory there. we still, as far as I'm aware, don't have any rooms that might give higher radiation. By experiments conducted in Mount Hollow's laboratory. Okay. Getting the veranda early is pretty good. Again, this obviously is cutting into our total number of gems. Open this. Useless. We can still get the commissary, ideally. Speak of the devil. A lot of gems for sale. Buy a magnifying glass. Buy at least one more key. It would be nice to have the cloister go to a room that can be more likely green. But I also want to get as many green rooms out of the pool as possible. So let's see what we can do here. I don't see any items in here. It's a shame. We'll do the spare green room just for the luck. A gem and a watering can is pretty big. We have the kitchen, so we can also refill the watering can if needed. We probably will when we go back to that side, assuming we go. We will take the solarium here. We start lucky even more, take even more things. Good. Let me see what we get up here. Hopefully the aquarium. Yep. So that's as much luck as we could have gotten from that. That is so many things. Good times. Okay. Did I use my watering can? I don't know if I did. Sure, it's worth a step. Okay. So we have this that we can keep drafting from, but we're going to go to the den first. Go fill up the watering can in the kitchen. Nope. I did go in. Rip. A waste of a step. But again, we have the kitchen, which will help us buy a lot of food if we need. Honestly, I'm just going to buy some more stuff. I have enough to hopefully get more money if I do get the armory. I'm gonna get the rook because I want to draft the corners more dedicatedly today. Make sure I can get what I want out of them. I only have one red room so far. Conference room is pretty good, just to catch the spread. Take a key card. Security's all the way back over there, but I don't think it's gonna matter. We're lucky enough that it's probably not going to matter. Again, we want the parlor in the house. So we could put it here, or we just put the planetarium here and get more stars. We'll just put the planetarium here. We will go in and check. It would be a real shame if the planetarium only started rotating once you drafted it. We got a new constellation. Dining room's pretty good. Salt shaker's great. Yeah, I think we're lucky enough for basically everything. Okay, let's put the parlor here then. Or maybe we're not supposed to have the parlor at all. And that's why they're not checked. We want to do this without the parlor or the library. That would be a thought. Then I'm actually going to stick with bunk room here. So we'll the trophy room. Again, for the time being, we're trying to avoid drafting those rooms in case. We're just shooting in the dark here. Hallway opens up a lot of options. Study, we could get pretty lucky from the things we pick up in the study, and we have a bunch of gems. And so it could be beneficial to have this option available and just go back up and draft through the den. Go up the side. There are a couple of green rooms that could screw us over. I'm going to do the hallway instead. Because then I'm hoping we can get the terrace here. Guess not. We do, again, patio needs to go up in the corner. Patio and office. So we'll just do the garage. We have the car keys. Take the secret garden key, sure. Get the lockpick set. Drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. Goods are already secured in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. This could just be them selling alcohol, selling their moonshine. It could be something more. It's terribly unclear. So we have the den as an emergency that we can go draft. We can do the secret passage. There aren't bedrooms that we want to draft. I don't think there are any green rooms that we want to draft. There aren't many shops that we want that would give us direction, give us to the left There aren't red rooms that we want because they're just bad. We can get a hallway. We could either the corridor. Maybe we could get the foyer, and that could also be good. So I guess we'll take the secret passage. Take a hallway. Again, was hoping for the foyer, but we have a lockpick set and an abundance of keys. So let's do what we do. Okay, so that means we know which doors get us where. We will open this. We'll take the terrace here. It cuts off that one spot, but just making sure that we can get green rooms. And look at all this stuff. We need to be able to get through here, so I will draft the vestibule. We want the rook. Drawing room's good enough. Okay, so we want the office for sure. And we want the patio, so whichever one we get in this corner. I actually think... No, the patio can be... Yeah. I'm going to draft the patio, or draft it from here, just because that also gives us an additional reroll. We don't want to use the secret garden key, because that'll just give us a secret garden. Okay, how far do we take this? Can the patio be drafted in this corner? It's possible that it can't. Mm-hmm. deep in thought. Sorry for the dead silence. Okay. Okay, I think we can't draft the patio here, unfortunately. I don't think it's possible. So I'm going to take the conservatory. So the greenhouse now has a side door, so I'm not opposed to getting it more often. It's also a good source of gems, and green rooms tend to be pretty good, so I think I'm okay with that. Gift shop, I don't need it right now. I can't get anything new, so I think I'm just gonna keep this as rare. Her ladyship's chambers. I don't know if I need any. I don't know if there's anything else I need here. I'll make it unusual because I'd like to be able to get it more consistently, and extra steps in both of those rooms is good. But do that for now. There's the office. We do want to draft it, but we want to keep it in that other room if possible. So let's put the study here. Still see if we can draft the office in the corner. There are a bunch of gems. We can at least re-roll it into the corner for sure. We can do the showroom. See how much money we can spend. Let's go drop this room and see what's here before we go across. Foyer. Workshop could be good. Foyer is fine, but we have all the keys that we need. So let's just do the workshop. We have the rabbit's foot. Okay. Trophy of invention for creating all 8 contractions in the workshop. Nice. Doubles all the coins you find. Cute. Cute. We already did this. I don't know if there's any benefit to doing it again, but it gives us more doors, so we might as well. We have the key card, so we don't need to worry about security. There's the patio, the hut and patio. The pool hall, just to go down. Parlor, not pool hall. (21 minus 16 is 5, right? (20 minus 1 times 3, so 69. No, wait. 21 minus 1. Minus 1. So 19 times 3 is 57. 9 times 3 is 27, so 57. Swapped to 75? That can't be right. Times 6. Times 6. $614. $20 minus 1 times 6 and then swapped. It's 114. I've never had to deal with a triple digit number before. I'm so dumb. 3 minus 1. I'm so dumb. This has got to be my last day because I'm obviously too tired to play this. 3 minus 1 is 2 times 6 is 12. Swapped minus 6 is 15. Or minus, no. Minus a third of 6 is 19. Goodness gracious. Might as well. We have the conference room, I thought. Yeah, way down there. Freezing our accounts could be nice. But I want to get to the corner. Maybe have the broken lever. It doesn't matter. We're not going to be spending our money here. So, okay, I am curious if the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, the Lucky Purse, doubles the amount of coins we get from a successful spin. Because that would be big to know. Doesn't seem like it. office. We'll spread the gold, might as well. Okay, I do want to go back to the den and see if I can draft the laboratory there, just to get all of the 4. I don't know if it matters, but getting all 4 terminals connected today would be neat, and I have all the gems in the world to accomplish that today. Plus all the steps in the world from the food that's in the conference room. Plus we can go eat dinner too. Before I eat all the apples, I am going to go see if I can get a laboratory experiment going that rewards me for eating them. Might as well. Let's peep the... laboratory deal. I also want to run an experiment and see if we can get that with the shelter. Rip. So we have all of them online. Data transfers from Synca are not currently available. Let's access the shelter. Often spiked by the experiments conducted around Holly's laboratory. So maybe we have to trigger the experiment before it happens, before we're able to unlock all the doors. Okay. So I did look up one thing that I don't understand, so I feel kind of bad about having looked it up. It's always more comforting if it's like, if it makes sense why it is the way it is. But there is something that I've been suspicious of for a long time, and this apparently is connected to it. All of the notes, each of the rooms that has a check mark has a note in it that has one word that isn't capitalized. And apparently that's part of the new clue suggestion, is that those 4 notes matter. Whereas there's one in the library and there's one in the parlor. Potentially neither of those matter if they do have small uncapitalized words. Because the pantry, the first word is bridge et, but the bridge is lowercase and et is not. And there is no Bridget listed on the staff. So I'm going to go up and read the note in the office and see what note that is. And then next time I play, I will be trying to get the patio just to see if that can help too. Again, I feel bad. I want to do as much of this independently as possible, but I also am at the point of being willing to look some things up. It's more than I would have wanted to look up, but west. It's going patio, nook, office, pantry. Then it's west, or it's something beside West Bridge. Let's go check out the showroom. We have a lot of items, and so the necklace, the moon pendant, isn't gonna guarantee us anything. But if we buy the moon pendant and the master key, hopefully one of those two gets brought with us next time. I'm gonna go out and check at the Black Bridge once again, just in case there's something we can do with all the in-house terminals connected. I don't think there's anything else really worth checking. This is the west side of the house, I think. Library. Yeah. You climb Mount Holly, and then from the north facing overlooks, you can see this. So this is the west. Beside West Bridge, this is a bridge on the west. There might be something around here. The waterfall is very loud. It doesn't look like there's any way to get down into this small, very easily navigable river. if you open the garage door, this board gets placed there. So it might be relevant to do that at some point. I have the shovel. So hopefully if there's something buried around here, I can interact with it. Side West Bridge. This bridge was also in Her Ladyship's Chamber's notes for diary. The river was drawn in, scribbled in. Doesn't look like... Oh, no, there is an X there. There is an X there. That I completely missed. It would be like right here. I wonder if you have to see it from that side. Because it's just off of the road part that there is. It looks... It could not be an X. It definitely could not be, but there's a rock drawn in there. Okay, definitely worth at least next time trying to power the garage or break your own garage. We'll make that a goal for next time. Side. Yeet. This occurred to me. Yes. So it said it didn't quite fit. Didn't quite fit, but I'd assumed that would be too long, but instead it's too short. Okay. Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys. So this is an additional... This is an access on to 1087 that is not seen on the same page that Moore's is, or Randolph Moore's is. Regular maintenance report. Yeah. So we've got two new admin keys to check out. Lieb, Rob, C. So the C makes me think that could be Courtney. Hound you. I don't know of any last name Hound or last name Prov. And they're not on the suspect list either. Regardless. Lee, we are planning something later this year, and we need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. But there are additional steps we can take to ensure privacy. Already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. And again, those are on days that are not the deleted logs. Those are just gaps that Randolph didn't see. Good. No one else in the estate knows we're here, other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. But Hound Yu has a plan to take care of her. If it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is the Red Guard to be snooping around here. Holy cow. No one else knows we're here other than Mary, who saw Lee on Tuesday. She disappeared in February. She disappeared in February. February 22nd. That's a Friday. Um, 22nd Friday, 21st Thursday, 20th Wednesday, 19th Tuesday. So that means she would have seen Lee, whoever Lee is, Bo Lee, whatever, Bo Lee on like the 12th or so, the 13th, 14th, and then Hound Yu has a plan to take care of her. She won't be found, rest assured. Let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then once the inquiry is over, we'll proceed with our plans for the museum. Is it possible that she joined the Children of Blackbridge? Or Children of Blackwater? And this was like them discovering that she is in league with them? If they had the plans for the museum. Crazy. Resuming operations. Prop C, welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out of the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside of the purview of the staff and the Baron. This is 6/26/87. Still before all of the deleted logs. We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation of the final stages. If all goes well, we'll have air passage to Nuance secured by that date. I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so should likely wrap things up here. I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some scrutiny in the near future. Prob C, Hound Yu, and we be delisted and deleted from the user database. And then the logs following this date are starting to be deleted. maybe these are the deleted logs. I didn't count how many there were. But the deleted logs don't show up on this, so maybe they are just archive access. Can't activate or can't check the additional delisted admin keys here. Data files, it's just right. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know about all of these deleted logs still. Because those deleted logs only started being deleted after Prov C, Hound U, and Lee B were listed and deleted from the user database. And the 710, oh wait, 71087 is day one of the communications, but then it was 713. So I think it's safe to say that these are not the deleted logs, and it might be relevant to have pictures of all the deleted logs. So let's put those in chronologically. Into my notes, obviously. They resumed operations halfway between when the deleted logs were. They resumed operations in June. The other ones started being deleted again in July. So let's log into those other users and see if we get anything different from them. No. It was Hound Yo, so why did Lee B work? So why does Lee B work if it was delisted, but the other ones? Prov C, Hound U. Okay. As requested yesterday, new admin key created, though our requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. So that would mean to me that there's another username that doesn't fit the typical formatting. Because this was made before Lee B was deleted. This was made in July 25th. They deleted their access code on August 26th. So let's pull up the employee list. Rota. Doesn't seem like anyone there. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. My brain's a little fried after nearly 5 hours of this. But we are making progress. We are making progress. So we'll want to open the garage just in case sometime in the future. We want the patio tomorrow. I'm probably just gonna forget. So I'm gonna leave a direct note for myself of what I'm gonna try to do next week or next time I play this game. Maybe I'll just start a new page at the top. Because we want to draft the patio and get the last word in that clue. We want to open garage door just in case. What else? We want to test laboratory. Run lab experiment with shelter available for radiation. I think that's about it. We'll at least go end our day in the planetarium for sure. We would have just semi-recently missed the alignment work to happen. Okay. Calling it a day. I just need to step away and give my brain time to recover. But this is why this game is so good. There are so many cool things to it, so many hidden things. I'm very excited to see more, see if we can figure that out. Again, feels a little bad to have looked that up and gotten more than I knew about, more than I wanted it as a hint, but we'll see what we can glean from it next time. So tomorrow, again, it'll be a Tears of the Kingdom binge stream. We'll see how long I go. I also want to hang out with my friend who was on the last stream, because she's been playing one of my favorite games of all time, and I'd love to play with her again. Friday will be another Blueprints stream, and then Saturday will either be a random game that I want to play. I might not stream at all if I need to recover, or I could play more Blueprints and or more Tears of the Kingdom. We'll see how I'm feeling. Part of me doesn't want to think that we're close to solving the rest of this game. I want to keep playing this game. I want there to be more. I always want there to be more. It's always more fun when there's more to look forward to. But also, if we finish this game, then we can move on to other games, which would be cool. So we'll see what we can do. But as always, thank you for watching. This is another long one, and there are some dead spaces, so if you made it to the end, feel free to comment that you did. I'd be proud of you if you did for this one. But yeah, please like the video, please subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends if you want, and I will see you next time. And as always, bye-bye!